everyone, and we are back with a match between Cinder Royalty and Patters International, and this time I'm actually streaming and not casting to air. So we have seen Cinder Royalty before on the side stream with Video Wave, Varukas, and Pluvia. Pluvia on the Juliet especially was promising, and is a character that I know myself. But now Etir and Cliff again on the Rasmus and Aimi that we saw in the previous game with them. Well, I saw. Um, and they are as dangerous as they were back then too. Just Cliff finding that angle with Rasmus to that bottom corner. Kitty Bagel making sure those two barriers aren't taken with their Atlas pick, and Video Wave. Unfortunately, their barrage is not on to hold that angle from Cliff. Ooh, now that top dribble is not going to work out in Video Wave's favor. Etir is going to capitalize on that with taking both barriers. Kitty Bagel's position that is walked up will cost them one barrier, but Etir is there to hold the other. Now Cliff and Etir will be looking, and now we see Patters International on the defensive as Varukas and Pluvia are going to be plummeting on Kitty Bagel here. But now Etir is trying here to hold the main line, but Pluvia is face to face with Bagel, but unfortunately they do not have their ultimate yet. They will be forced to use their primary instead, and with the burst, unfortunately that is haveable. But now Varukas also uses their burst to perhaps try a kill, but it doesn't quite work out. It's a failed burst. Now the core is through them, through Cliff to Pluvia, but unfortunately the Atlas secondary is there to stop it. Now Etir and Cliff in the same position, but it slips past both of them, and unfortunately Miss Strike is not going to be enough. Now Kitty Bagel setting up a new position. Cliff building up to a burst here could be dangerous. Varukas making sure that core doesn't arrive on Cliff, else it would have been disastrous with Video Wave not having their abilities up, and well, disaster is exactly what struck, as Varukas this time around was not there to stop that, and now we see all the pats coming out as they hold that mental up. They are bolstering themselves with every point with those pats. And now Pluvia is going to be trying to construct an offense in this bottom corner, but it's not going to quite work out as Kitty Bagel finds the clear up. And Cliff, now on the offense, does predict where Video Wave is going to be, redirect that core with the primary and gets the first barrier, and now looking for the second with their burst, but Video Wave is there to deny that attempt. Now Giga Blast comes out a bit too early, resulting in Cliff still being able to strike it, and the kill comes out on Video Wave with Kitty Bagel running up with the Atlas primary and every skill that was dumped on them. These guys are just basically monsters. But here we go, first draft. The first set is won by the Patters International, and the MVP will be Kitty Bagel, the Patter themselves. And now they will opt for, I would guessing, yeah, Rapid Fire. It's a great awakening, you know it, you love it, everyone does. And now Etir going for the fight or flight is going to be crucial here. The mobility Egoist on Video Wave could prove for some hype moments with those max speed, burst energy moments. Bulk up being picked up here by Pluvia means that they are still looking for damage perhaps, and Aerials on Drekar is always a dangerous pick. Now on the hands of Varukas and Cliff, of course. Peak performance, I mean, it's stagger, it's speed, right? It's what you want. And talking about stagger, it doesn't even matter if you're gonna get dash punched out of the arena here. Pluvia picks up a kill. What the hell is that? The secondary from the Atlas bounce is going to prove Pluvia's death as well. What a weird kill that was. Etir still cannot stop from laughing at that kill. And now a core slips past Video Wave as the net is open, because even though Pluvia did unfortunately faint there, both of the barriers did get unlocked with their sacrifice. Now open net for the side of Cinder Royalty, and Cliff with the death touch tries a pass that is a bit too passionate. It's a bit too much, as Varukas is there to intercept it and redirect it into Pluvia, who will not take mercy on that mistake. Now Cliff and Etir is going to be trying to construct something in this bottom lane, but Pluvia is hovering over Etir. They are looking for the kill, so Etir cannot unfortunately walk forward. Now Kitty Bagel, however, seems to be very willing to do so as themselves, as they bolster this offense on the top corner, and Cliff is here to take advantage of it. And unfortunately Pluvia does miss their secondary here, as Patters International take the first barrier of Cinder Royalty, and Pluvia now on very little HP. Etir is going to be picking up that KO on that staggered no energy Pluvia with their secondary. And now their burst from Ether is going to prove that this barrier is going to go down, and just this whole offense that Bagel has been up for, they have not stepped back a single second, and it worked out in their favor, as unfortunately Video Wave and Varkas couldn't find the clear. And Patriots International take their first point in this set. Now the slick kicks are being activated on the middle orb. Everyone wants a piece of that, and Cliff is the one to get the whole. Now our Varkas is going to try to get something through Cliff, but doesn't quite work out. Kitty Bagel here to again give their team an offense on the top side. Ether looking for a pass on the bottom side, maybe a side swap, but even if it comes with a burst, that pass is going to be denied by Varkas and Pluvia. Now Varkas use their own burst, but it is again denied, and now Video Wave Giga Blast is going to not only get damage on Ether, but also going to defend this. Now Ether is staggered, is going to be backing up to get that Goliarch orb. They are pinging it, they are getting their orbs, and they are getting a lot of them, it seems. And now Kitty Bagel, in the absence of Ether, is going to be fulfilling that role, but only temporarily, as now all members of Patriots International once more on attack as they sideswap, do some passing in the back. And now an Atlas secondary is going to not only boost defense, but also going to bait Varkas into a bit of a dangerous position. A bit of this position is going to prove dangerous as Ether takes the kill. Now power play for Patriots International, but they seem to have spent the time instead on getting that middle orb. And here we see Cliff pinging the pass. They are like, give me that ball, I want this burst use, and they do it, and they do take the second barrier, although it's not with the burst. But I mean, let's be honest, if you use burst and it was taken right after it, it is with the burst. And this offense on the bottom corner from Ether and Cliff is going to conclude with Cliff blocking that barrage attempt from Video Wave and striking it in. Now Ether does have their burst open, but Pluvia is also building up to it, so two dangerous elements here. Let's see which will come out on top, and Pluvia tries to predict a bottom redirect by Ether, but it doesn't quite work out, even though the top redirect is still going to take the barrier. Now burst from Ether is going to try to take the second barrier from the hands of Cinder Royalty, and it does successfully do so, with the turret now promising a goal from this open net. And the Atlas primary, he's here to bolster Kitty Bagel, here to pat the entire competition with that secondary, but unfortunately it doesn't get hit, it doesn't stay. But this position they just cannot find a way out of. Cinder Royalty. But as I was saying, that they finally do. Pluvia unfortunately misses the dash punch here. Video Wave walking up. They want this offense in the hands of their team, and Varkas is here to maybe get a core through, but unfortunately it doesn't work out. Now Pluvia is the one with the core, and they do get the barrier off of it. And now a burst comes through, but the secondary is holding it in bay. Ether now trying to get something off of their turret in the top corner, and Cliff a redirect into a primary, but Video Wave sees it through. The strike shot will be trolling that attempt. Now Pluvia, another attempt at the dash punch is gone away. Now Ether is there, but unfortunately for Video Wave, Cliff will be finding that angle with the primary. Now we see Kitty Bagel again on the MVP. I mean, they have been great so far with the whole moving up, and just they weren't punished for it so far, at least not crucially yet. And yeah, the team Cinder Royalty is looking for outs in these situations where they are, you know, pummeled on by three patters, patting them very roughly. But unfortunately, the pats are maybe too enticing for them to get out of. As we see, why am I talking about this? Draft. Yes, Siege Machine on the Atlas means that primary won't need Bagel to walk up so far anymore, but I'm sure they will anyways, as Video Wave gets landed on Demolition. Is probably a deny of this Rasmus, but unfortunately that Rasmus ends up getting recovery drone anyhow for that size. And you see Prize Fighter on it here. They have been able to pick some chaos, and they seem to want even more. They are bloodthirsty for it. And Berserker on Pluvia means if they ever do get damaged, they will have more a chance on those dash punch kicks that they have been able to found so far. As well as Might of the Colossus on Varkas here means size, power. It's just something you want everywhere around all. And while I was talking about this, both teams do have their barriers open here. Now Giga Blast from Video Wave is going to try to get an offense going, but unfortunately Ether is there to meet it, and Cliff now looking for it, but Video Wave, what a barrage to save from Ether's offense with the secondary bot. Going up and down is eventually going to cost them with Ether's strike up to the top corner. It is here, the big yappa. Ether is not all yap. As they form this attack on the bottom side, they are laughing. And Kitty Bagel Now, on the top side, again walking up. Though the grenade is sticked on them, so maybe the Sol will do something. But the bottom corner, now an attack with Etir and Cliff. And Video Wave saves the burst pass attempt greatly. But unfortunately, that save won't last for long as the second barrier is also taken. Now an open net for the side of Petros International. Warcast does have their burst up. Might have to use it for this defense here. As Cliff is face to face with the offense. But now, unfortunately, the dash attempt doesn't reach Kitty Bagel. They are positioned perfectly, and Kitty Bagel now coming on themselves and using all their abilities in their absence. Ether is here to protect the second barrier from that burst attempt. And of course, that protection is not only a shield but also a sword that is headed onto Cliff's direction for them to stab it right into the net. As you see again, pass play, but Vorukas catches that pass. Now hoping to block out Cliff and get something going here in this top corner. But Bagel does find the op clear to the bottom corner here. Side swapping into their own offense is going to mean Video Wave is going to have to be very careful with the burst coming off of Cliff, and the primary is going to take both barriers, and the Giga Blast just doesn't reach enough to that strike of Cliff in time, and it is game. A dominant show from Amy Patters here, patting the competition aggressively and affectionately as they take this game with Kitty Bagel as our MVP. I mean, it proves right, you know? Kitty Bagel, they really held up that offense. They really woke up and, you know, in many cases, they helped their team make sure to keep on the foot. They did not step back, and that proved useful as we can see all the stats here. And unfortunately, it seems in the Royalty couldn't get the offense that they wanted up. Perhaps it was a matter of reaching. Ether did block out a lot of plays alongside Cliff, and the offense that they formed proved quite efficient. They were really deadly with each other in this game, and we send off them to, you know, with happy hugs, with happy pats. Actually, hugs are not here, pats are here. Hugs are, you know, supplementary thereafter. But yes, thank you to both teams for playing this very fun game for us. Thank you for all the pats, all the attempts, all this fighting going on, and I wish you luck in your upcoming games. And congrats, of course, to Patters for passing this stage onto the next match. Not really a stage, but you know, they won the game. That's what I'm congratulating them for. And GG's to everyone. I will be seeing you on the next match. And we are heading into the winners finals in the consolation bracket here with Patters International, someone we had on stream, and Chudlocked, which we had on the earlier streams, I believe. Now, we see Rasmus pick again, but not on the Pattern International this time. It will be in the hands of Lego Piece for Chudlocked. And we see again different picks here on the side of Pattern International. Cliff piloting Kazan is going to be an interesting watch alongside Ethere's Juno, of course, as Bagel opts for an offensive goalie, as we know they like to play them on Kai. This game of Obscura might turn out very one-sided, I was gonna say, but now we see Loopy Lemon's Estelle doing work alongside Lego Piece, as they not only take 2 barriers, but also the Estelle special is going to mark the first point of the sets, as we see teams giving each other pats and giggles. Now on the goalie of the other side is going to be Arlax, who is getting in a fight with the other goalie, actually, speaking of goalies. And they will be piloting Atlas in this match, where we have Hotshot and Glass Cannon as starting awakenings on the Obscura game. I believe is what prompted the Estelle on Loopy Lemon, but now Etir is finding that gap in the pass for claiming that double barrier. Means now Patters International does have the net open, but also a pass interception by Loopy Lemon means the open net now goes for both teams. Now Kitty Bagel using their secondary, and okay, what a snipe by Loopy Lemon, seeing how Kitty would pass into Cliff. And unfortunately, the barrage on Bagel was a bit off put, which marks the second point for Chudlocked here in this set. And now let's see the death touch. Lego Piece wants to get some offense going in here in the top corner, but unfortunately they're a bit too late with the strike. Now Arlax will find this middle angle that gets double barriers on Obscura. Whoa, what an angle. Now Lego Piece 1-1 with Kitty Bagel makes them use their burst, and unfortunately the said burst doesn't grant them a barrier in turn. Now Loopy Lemon here to supply the core to their forward and Lego Piece, and Arlax is walking up to get this forward play even stronger, and the Estelle crystal shot just Kitty Bagel just is out of options, and they are thrown out alongside the core into their net. And we see Chudlocked taking a dominant show in this first set, with draft being their reward. Now, first pick, our MVP of the set will be Loopy Lemon, picking up aerials. I mean, more range in everything, basically, in your projectiles, and dash is something you definitely want on Estelle. Specialized training on Kitty Bagel tells me they want to look for Giga Blast kills, and Demolitionist on Rasmus is always a good pick. Size will always be important. Fight or flight, mobility, Juno, it's the name of the game, right? And now we see recovery drone being taken on Arlax here, probably for the size, but the revive might come in handy in certain times. Now on the bottom side, now the portals are being utilized by both teams. Get some fast across. Now Etir is found themselves in the face of Arlax one by one, and they will be taking a barrier for that. The Bagel striking it quite nicely to avoid Lego Piece's secondary. Now the ball will be pushed through though to this bottom corner, and Cliff is here to change sides. They don't want to play on that portal side, and they are going back and forth in here. And a great pass, pulling it back and putting the pass into the portal to Etir is going to conclude in this attack on the top side, getting the barrier. And now Kitty Bagel is here to finish off what their team started with the barrage, pushing it right through Arlax into the net, showing that they will be no easy takedown, and this game of winner finals will be a fight to see who makes it to the grand finals from this bracket. Now, Kitty Bagel unfortunately does get their barrier broken by Lego Piece's secondary here, and Loopy Lemon really forcing this bottom corner, and the force will get through to Lego Piece, who will open the gates. And now the burst gets used by Loopy Lemon, who unfortunately cannot find the goal with it, but the redirects are going crazy in here. Everyone using everything they have in this fight, but the portal is found, and from the portal comes out Cliff with their burst, getting the first barrier for their team. Now Patters International looking to open the second one. Kitty Bagel getting by some passes, of course, but unfortunately the barrage is once again slightly off put, going right by Kitty Bagel. It's a sad thing to witness, truly. The Patters, unfortunately, it seems, are patting too lightly at the core. Now, We will see Chudlocked trying to offend here, but Etir finds the angle of offense here, getting the first barrier for their team. Now Death Touch, Lego Piece gets the core in control. Kitty Bagel uses their Giga Blast, gets this out of here, clears it, and now Cliff is dribbling into their team's defense. But that barrier will eventually be found by Lego Piece, who now also has their burst. Might be looking for it on the second barrier, but actually they don't need it for the second barrier, and they do use it for goal, but it doesn't quite make it in. Giga Blast will be defending Loopy Lemon here, coming off of Kitty Bagel, as Lego Piece tries to find an angle on the top side. But Kitty Bagel finds this gap in the middle, which Arlax has walked right past off, and it will be punished by Cliff here, taking the second barrier. Etir is low on stagger, but does have their burst here. They might be looking forward to use it, and they are in a position to do so. But unfortunately, the burst gets denied by Arlax here in the bottom corner. Giga Blast, unfortunately, doesn't fight target here from Kitty Bagel. And the red core is a danger to be witnessed, but it doesn't go in just yet. Lego Piece using their primary, and Loopy Lemon, what a pressure from both sides, but unfortunately, Kitty Bagel cannot find the angle in the middle, and is forced to surrender the core into Lego Piece's cruel hands, striking it right in for their second point of the set. It seems that they are really looking to snowball this game out of control, as Arlax unfortunately does miss a strike here, meaning in the top corner, Petros International will be getting a barrier. Now the Giga Blast comes off, reimbursing the offense, and now Cliff does manage to get that second barrier, assisted by Etir. And now we see burst on Kitty Bagel, which means that maybe they will be looking forward to a use of it in the offense. They do seem to be looking for it, but it is not necessary, as Cliff finds a kill on Arlax while they are dribbling up the top corner and does strike it just in. They do want this set, they don't want it to spiral out of control just yet, and they are definitely fighting for it. Now, game starts once again, and it is pushed towards the middle by the barrage here, and Arlax now defending this bottom corner, but Cliff for the top corner here, forcing Arlax to use their burst, and the burst is not only defensive but also a sword here. We see it getting that barrier, as Kitty Bagel themselves are forced to use their own burst for defensive, but it doesn't end well. Arlax can just pass it right back to Lego Piece, which ends up taking the second barrier. Eventually Lego Piece now with the burst coming up, primary, but the Giga Blast saves it from the last second. And now we see that Petros International are hoping for an offense here, but Loopy Lemon will be enforcing offense here. Lego Piece wins the strike forward, giving them the offense they need. Now Kitty Bagel gets the ball through to Etir, but the strike shot hits it right into the portal. Now again on approaching the bottom corner, but this bottom corner really is, they're really struggling with it, Petros International, but now they are back in there, and this time it works out, taking the second barrier. Now it's an open net situation for both teams. Cliff into Etir. Etir does notably have their burst, and they do find it, and there it is. Etir was just on that top corner there, they were waiting for it, and they do receive that pass from Kitty Bagel, meaning they will get the opportunity to strike it right in that bottom corner, where Arlax unfortunately cannot reach it. Now the MVP of the set is going to be Kitty Bagel, our first pick in this draft, and now I am curious if they go for Missile Propulsion or Deadeye. Of course, it does seem that they really want those Giga kills, and yeah, they are looking for it, as they will be taking Missile Propulsion. Omega Infused Accelerator coming out of Alex here, they don't see a threat on their life maybe, especially with their recovery drone, so they want that speed. Deadeye coming out, they really want to take advantage maybe of this Omega Infused pick, as we also see a Spark of Strength pickup on Cliff. But of course, that is only because Might of the Colossus was denied by Loopy Lemon. They don't want size as well as strength on Kazan. They only want one of the two. And we see also Lego Piece on Explosive Impact is going to mean they are faster and hit stronger, which will, I'm sure, affect their performance that has been great so far already. Speaking of great performance, Lego does manage to find the gap, getting the first barrier, and Loopy Lemon now with the secondary Crystal Blink is going to mean this attack is refreshed, but Cliff won't let that touch refresh it twice. But now Kitty Bagel moves a bit too far up without the check button, but it is not, I was gonna say unpunished, but it seems to be now, and Cliff hoping to get something, and that red core is going to unfortunately find its way to that second barrier. Now open net on both teams. Kitty Bagel almost gets scored from another slightly off-put barrage, but not this time, and Cliff getting the hook, getting their control, dribbling it, but they do not quite find what they want here. Now Etir, ooh, and Lego Piece with their burst. Maybe they were hoping to get a goal, but they unfortunately do miss it. So it is a wasted burst. Now Kitty Bagel, it doesn't waste theirs, however, it uses it for defense. They don't want this in. And Arlax uses burst for defense again, but throws it right at Kitty Bagel. Was that really the best choice? I am not sure. Now Loopy Lemon is trying their own bursts. Bursts are coming left and right, but they are ultimately finding their way into the goalie's hugs, it seems. And now Cliff going to be using it for a pass. Maybe a strike would have been it, but unfortunately they are maybe too cooperative with Ether here. And now we do see Ether and Cliff both building up to bursts, but they don't even need that for Red Core, as the Juno is going to be getting that Red Core delivered right into Cliff's footsteps, and that footstep will be delivered. Footstep will be delivered? The Cliff will be delivering it. Okay, now Kitty Bagel we see pulled into the portal, but they step right out of it, and now playing on the bottom corner, Kitty Bagel doesn't want their enemy to access that portal, but the walking too far up is going to have consequences, especially with Lego piece around here to punish it. Etir unfortunately cannot compensate for the running up. And now we see an open net on the side of Patriot International, and Bagel just slightly can make it out of Loopy Lemon's strike range, which would have been the end for them. But now we see that again Primary is going to be sniping it, but Kitty Bagel can reach it at the last second with their secondary speed. What I think that was, and Kitty Bagel actually scared themselves with a strike here, using their burst from what would be not a necessary position, but alas, they do manage to clear it. And now we see Patriot International attacking on the bottom side, but unfortunately they still cannot find anything on that side to begin with. Now Loopy Lemon is gonna snipe it, and unfortunately Bagel is not fast enough to react to it. And they are looking forward to that Platy mode, that they recognize that their hands did not meet that left click in the time. And now we see another set begin. Kitty Bagel seems to want to push it in the middle, but Lego Piece denies said request. And now a burst in front of the net will not unfortunately take any barriers, but what it will take is a lot of stagger from the members of Patriot International, and this next burst coming from Loopy Lemon will be taking that second barrier, as they seem to be looking for a kill on either Cliff or Kitty Bagel. Kitty Bagel is going to survive probably, as they are regenerating their health slowly but surely, but Cliff is still on the verge of death. Now Loopy Lemon tries a swift blink, but the barrier is not off put this time. Kitty Bagel saves it. And now a Giga Blast that is really nice angled is going to be the first cause of dropping on the barriers for Chudlocked here. Now International Patters will be looking for that second, but Cliff is still hanging on low on HP, and this time they don't have their energy either. Even though they are starting to regen, they are, yes, and eventually are going to be put out of the game, and Giga Blast almost gets a kill, but the portal is the savior of Loopy Lemon here. Power play continues for the side of Chudlocked. Loopy Lemon tries to snipe, but it's too late for Kitty Bagel's strike. And Kitty Bagel here defending with their speed. All these strikes that are coming, but Lego Piece will not be held by that umbrella, held open by Cliff, and will just strike it into that angle, going past Kitty Bagel, taking their second point of the set. As we see some skills missed on Core in the middle, and first of their Giga kills, here it is. The Giga kill on Loopy Lemon will give power play to Patriot International here in the top corner. It's gonna mean this bottom corner actually, which they switch to, is maybe gonna find something, but eventually, until the power play is over, it doesn't find anything, but once it is, it finds the first barrier, and still this offense continues. They cannot clear it. Chudlocked is struggling with this defense here, and Giga Blast tries to find a victim again, but it is missed. And in the heap of that, unfortunately, Kitty Bagel burns skills that they would need to protect that barrier, which is taken now. Both teams standing on one barrier. Arlax going to defend that burst coming off of it here, which was, I'm sure, in the purpose of defending with a strike shot. Now, Alex also has their barrier. Both goalies actually have their burst. And Cliff, with the burst that they have built up, takes the second barrier. Now, Kitty Bagel maybe hoping for an offensive burst after this defense play is over, as I do see them walking up. But once their secondary is over, they won't be attempting something so risky. Ether tries to get something on Alex, but Alex is too patient for it to work. And now Cliff holding his bottom lane, making sure Lego Piece doesn't get too much control on that. And Giga Blast is with the same purpose, but the strike is slightly off put to get that second barrier on the side of Patriot International. But the burst coming off of Kitty Bagel is unfortunately gonna conclude in them losing that barrier. Now Loopy Lemon and Legopiece both building up to a burst, but alas, it seems they do not need it. If they have the power of friendship, they look at each other very romantically, I must say. After that combined secondary play. Now, the set MVP will be Arlax, and they ultimately, it seems, will be deciding on rapid fire in this draft. I mean, no one needs to explain what rapid fire is picked for, really, but it is just one of the best mechanics in the game. Now, Kitty Bagel, what will they opt for? It will be stacks on stacks. They don't want that stacking speed on either of the enemy forwards, and you know, they could utilize it themselves as well. Now, even if they cannot get it from stacks on stacks, they do want speed, as we see Lego picking up Spark of Agility, and we see Cliff picking up their second Spark actually. Spark of Focus here could be another powerhouse now with that in their grasp. And the Giga Blast is found from all the way between the goal arcs. Kitty Bagel gets a kill on Loopy here. Loopy, once they are out of the game here, Legopiece is just going to be standing in front of both forwards and going to be defending this ultimately. Kitty Bagel tries to find a clear, but the clear is covered by the newly respawned Loopy here. The power play unfortunately didn't end in their favor, as now Loopy and Legopiece finds themselves once again in a great position in the bottom corner, taking that second barrier. And now an open net coming from the Chudlock team. But now the open net is real for both teams, as Patriots International manages to find the bottom corner and the barrier with it. Now they are trying to get some kind of portal pass played out, as Etir is stalling on the portal. And now the top corner will be covered for both of the forwards, and now Alex is forced to use their burst here to clear this, and Legopiece is taking a lot of damage, and Loopy Lemon hits that let me defend. I don't know what they're really signaling towards here. Maybe they want Kitty Bagel to use the burst offensively, but what? That's the wrong team. Anyways, Legopiece regening their HP. The Giga Blast does come out, stops the regen, but it's not enough to kill them. Now Cliff is trying to get something done with the hook, maybe get a power play in here, but Etir is still looking on that portal, and Arlax maybe walks a bit too to the side, and Etir, seeing this, will take advantage of that pass, intercepting it for a goal. As Patriots International are clawing their way back into this game, it seems. And now Legopiece did build up to a burst, and Arlax, an unfortunate strike, makes their teammates emote on them, and Arlax themselves stand still for 1 second as they take their own barrier. And now the second barrier is found by Etir on the top corner, and Cliff is there to assist them on this upcoming attack for the goal maybe, but Kitty Bagel here, the Giga Blast is missed. And now Legopiece and Loopy Lemon approaching on the top corner will take this first barrier, and now the burst of Legopiece will come out for the second. Now Cliff with the burst is approaching Arlax, and Arlax will use their recovery drone as the burst kills them from what seems to be standing a bit too close to the edge of the arena. Now set point for the Patriots International. Etir is holding on to that burst, as well as Loopy of course, so both midfields will be looking for maybe some rewards in these bursts. And Giga Blast unfortunately cannot set up an attack for the side of Kitty Bagel. It's missed slightly. Now Cliff going up to the side, slows up at last with that primary. Arlax still will reach that in time, and now Arlax themselves are pushing forward to help this offense, but unfortunately they don't find anything, as now Patriots International is attacking on the top side, and now Alex once again is walking up on the bottom side, and now the Giga kill is found on Loopy Lemon. The burst is gone, and so are the two barriers of their team, and unfortunately that burst doesn't even take a barrier in turn. And now Cliff and Etir looking maybe to utilize Etir's burst here, and Etir will find that burst on the top corner as they are trying to clear. Chudlock here will find the defense, but now the Giga takes yet another victim, this time being Legopiece. However, another power play for Pattern Internationals. Now, however, Loopy Lemon manages to take two barriers off of their side, and then almost what would be a goal is slightly off put to not be one. And now Legopiece is approaching the open net to maybe get something off this clash, and Giga Blast almost an own goal, but actually it ends up sending it to the Juno Blob, which was planned all along, surely, and that Juno Slime will send that red core straight to the net of Chudlock. Now we are going to see, set 5 as we see the draft. Our round MVP is Kitty Bagel, perhaps opting for more speed here or maybe even more damage with heavy impact. We shall see what they opt for. And but of course, Chrono Boost is on the table. You don't leave that on the table, Sky, and you take it. Atlas here, Alex, will be opting to wait, making sure their teammates get what they want. Unfortunately, we see here that Cliff is pushed to the last of the draft, which means they will be left with Bull Cup, which is not necessarily bad. They take it over heavy impact. They seem to want that stagger. They want to keep in the game, as we see Ether picking up peak performance, aiming for the same thing, but with speed this time. And of course, the power on Cliff is not to be underestimated with that spark. And we see Lego Piece picking up more size with build different, even more damage. And fire up on Loopy Lemon is going to be another ace up the sleeves of Chadlocked. Now, the play is proceeding. Now, the bottom corner, Cliff and Ether are forcing it, but Loopy Lemon is there to stop this advance. As Kitty Bagel is trying to get passes around, but Loopy Lemon just won't stand for it, taking the first barrier. But now we see Lego Piece getting down. Cliff puts them down with the umbrella. And now a Giga Blast attempts to pick up another kill, but the power play will proceed with only one kill on the bottom corner, Patriot International. But Arlax is holding strong alongside Loopy Lemon here, not giving anything to the winners of this power play. Lego Piece now trying to get their secondary off, and Cliff really wants them not to. They hold them, they primary, they say no, don't do it, please. But unfortunately, even Pats won't entice Lego Piece, who's looking for that goal. Kitty Bagel gets caught with a primary on Lego Piece here, giving their first barrier quickly in this set. In this point, excuse me. And Loopy Lemon uses their burst in the bottom corner, hoping to get another. But they don't quite, but Alex being there to supply the core means Lego Piece can take advantage of it to get that second ball in the end. Now Patriot International on the attack. Kitty Bagel walking up forward, but Loopy Lemon won't stand for it. Again, they are defending quite meticulously. Both teams have been great so far on the defense. And now Giga Blast tries to pick another victim, but Lego Piece is hit straight instead of from the side, meaning they will be standing. But the abilities coming out of Loopy Lemon and Lego Piece will force Kitty Bagel in clears that each other predict for. And look, they share another heart. Very nice commandery. And Kitty Bagel unfortunately cannot barrage it on time, if it was even possible. Now Cliff and Ether are both building up to their burst. Ether actually has themselves ready, and Cliff finds a great angle to get that first barrier on Arlax, who maybe will be forced to use their burst here, but actually it is Lego Piece using their burst for the offensive, taking the first barrier, but getting them a lot of damage on themselves on the side. Lego Piece is now left without any HP or energy. They are definitely a target for anyone, maybe Kitty Bagel with the Giga Blast. But they are still remaining on up top, and the Atlas ult is here. It arrived, and with its arrival, Lego... Oh, I was gonna say Lego Piece says stand ready for my arrival, but that arrival is postponed by Kitty Bagel as they Giga Blast them out of the arena. Power play now for the Patriot International. Loopy Lemon's burst unfortunately doesn't find point here, and now Kitty Bagel going up, but Kitty Bagel uses their burst for offense, wants to finish it, but unfortunately them not being able to means, alongside Ether, their hopes of winning this game will be thrown out of the arena as Chadlocked wins wins the last set 3-0 for a great series and advancing to grand finals. Congratulations, Chadlocked. And of course, Patriot International will be going down to losers bracket and hoping to, I'm sure, climb it back up and claw another game at these Chads and take the throne off of them. But that will have to wait as we now go to losers bracket. And I thank you for everyone watching. Thank you for every team playing this. And yeah, I mean, brilliant performance from everyone. And it was a joy to watch. And I will see you on the next one. Hello and welcome back to the tournament. Now, in the losers bracket, this is losers semifinal between Cinder Royalty and Blue Roses here. As we see, on the side of Blue Roses, Adulover will be piloting this Kazan, who is getting pushed into this obscure gate zone, as we are playing on the Clarion Corp Trials, with our starting awakenings being Recovery Drone and Specialized Training. A very volatile awakening set, and it seems that Catlingus and Haki are both opting for damage here, as the recovery drone takers being Adulover and Varukas seemingly. The Giga is doing a lot of damage on Adulover's Kazan here in the bottom, but Varukas on their signature character here, Era, it would have been a mistake if they didn't take it. Now Haki, here with the Vice secondary, is going to be attacking on Video Wave Sky, but to no avail unfortunately. But it is also good that they didn't get damaged while doing so, as they are able to keep this offense going now with Varukas. Very low on HP, is going to be forced to use their recovery drone here. And now we see Pluvia on the attack with Zentaro. Unfortunately, doesn't quite find the core. Now Catlingus finds the gap with Aimi secondary, will be enforcing that to make sure that it reaches to Adulover. Now Catlingus up to pass with Haki, but Haki gets caught by the Giga Blast. Video Wave picks it up now with a goalie missing. Power play for the side of Cinder Royalty. Pluvia pushing the core forward, and Varukas finds the gap that he needs to for that point. We see Heart getting out in the side of Cinder Royalty. It's great to see. We love to see it. And now, let us see how this game proceeds. And now we are on the Era Orb variant, and now Pluvia damage dumping on Adulover, taking their energy is going to be a valid strategy. But now, talking about damage, Adulover apparently doesn't need it, as Varukas is taking out with a cheese kill on the Umbrella primary. And now the power play provides them with a barrier and maybe more, as they are looking to set up another attack in this bottom corner. But Catlingus will be side switching with alongside Haki in this top corner, but it seems they just cannot find the core through Adulover. But Catlingus wants it through. That's why they use their burst and even their turret, but alas, to no avail. Now Adulover here, Haki is using their ult, and both Varukas and Video Wave are staggered now with Haki's ult. That dealt massive damage alongside primary from Adulover is gonna mean that they have to shift their positions a bit and surrender the offense to Cinder Royal, Blue Roses, and Blue Roses take advantage of that beautifully as they strike it in the top core. Adulover taking the score and setting it to 1-1 in this set. And now we see Bingus, nice strike to the bottom, will be finding that barrier, but more importantly so, Adulover with the primary is going to be finding a kill on Pluvia here in the hidden zones of this variant. Power play now in the favor of Blue Roses, did reward them with the double barrier, but no goal in sight. But that is soon to be awarded, I'm sure, as Adulover is keeping their burst up here up front, is hoping for their teammate to get the core to themselves somehow, but it seems they grow impatient as they did scale back, and maybe that was a good choice. As we see here, Catlingus is getting damaged a lot here, might be looking to get out of the play for a bit and get some damage on, and Adulover tries to repeat that power play, but now they again utilize their burst quite well, hooking it, making sure they have it at an angle that they can shoot wherever, and Video Wave unfortunately cannot be reacting to that burst threat core going straight into the top corner. Now again they are trying to form an attack. On the bottom side we see the brawlers brawling it out there. Adulover using their primary to maybe grab a kill on Varukas, but it doesn't quite arrive. Now Pluvia does intercept the pass that Haki did to their own secondary, rewarding themselves with a double barrier. Now maybe looking for more, as Dingus is low on HP. So Pluvia with the special does try to damage them, but Dingus does have the energy to survive it. Now Varukas actually is getting mauled on the opposing side, and Adulover is trying to get an offensive play going as well as damaging Varukas. Now however, the offense is in the hands of Pluvia, as the Maelstrom from Varukas gets it to their hand, but it is deflected. Now Adulover with a great dash and hook, but it finds no target, and Varukas staggered here. But actually, talking about Varukas and all that, Dingus was working miracles in top corner, making sure that the core keeps there, and once they had that glitch pop ready, they popped it right into the core, redirecting Video Wave Strike. Now, with this set win, Blue Roses will be rewarded with the draft, with their MVP being Catlingus. Now, Bingus I wonder what they're gonna go for here. More damage is available to them. Missile Propulsion and Deadeye. I would have gone over Deadeye, but I wonder what made them pick Missile Propulsion itself. Perhaps it's my foolishness to wonder that though. Now, Deadeye instead goes to Video Wave for those Giga damages. We have seen it pick up a kill, if I'm not wrong. So it might be useful. Reptile Remedy will keep Adolover alive and make sure that the enemy won't be able to. But they still get some survivability with Vorkas on Bulk Up. Primarily, I assume, again, for the survivability, as they have been getting mauled in this series so far. And now both teams do find their first barriers within the 20-second mark of the point. And now Dingus and Lover tries to do something, but they are now caught as Pluvia and Vorkas are on the top lane, getting an offense going. Video Wave here to supply it with some strikes and Giga Blasts, and the second barrier soon found. And sooner than that is the goal found by Vorkas onto the top net. Also on drafts we can see that Haki picked out Spark of Strength, which will mean that they have an additional win condition if they choose to go for it. If they win this set 2, it might scale out of control for the Cinder royalty here, as they are trying to pick the middle orb and Haki is the one who's be winning it. And now a bottom corner pressure being planted down by Blue Roses, supported by Haki and Dingus, is going to claim the first barrier but not the second one, and the rebound of it found by Vorkas and Pluvia beautifully will take the second barrier. Video Wave denying this corner pressure from Adolover with a Giga Blast, but the second one has hit the barrier. I made that joke way too many times, but I do not care. Now Dingus on the top corner with their turret will be getting a core through to Adolover, beautifully so, with the glitch pop. And Adolover will not let that go unworthy as they smash it right into the bottom corner. And now both teams at 1 point. It has been a dire match for both sides here, as we see a Maelstrom actually picking up a KO on Adolover, but the recovery drone is here to save the day on this occasion. And now Vorkas with the patience is hoping to get a core through, but sadly Bingus is there to stop that attempt, and Haki with an unfortunate angling does lose their own barrier. A slight own barrier, but only one won't be enough for Syndrome to score here, especially with all this tight zone action. It's gonna prove useful for Haki to drop their special, and we see Video Wave is knocked out. Now a power play with a goalie missing in favor of the Blue Roses is gonna prove. Now Haki here with the burst with the secondary. Unfortunately though, it is going to be stopped and deflected by Vorkas. Now Dingus hoping to set up an offense on the bottom side for Adolover, but alas, Vorkas finds the angle through to Pluvia, who takes the second barrier and is now hoping to take advantage of this open net to take this goal, and they do find the angle. Right, and as we begin this new set, we see Vice secondaries drawing energy from Pluvia. That's dangerous for what is to come next. That could be the Kazan and Dingus. But now, Pluvia themselves is dangerous as they take the first barrier and are unleashing some damage on the backline here with their special. As Dingus and Adolover are trying to find this corner pressure, but Video Wave will be there to stop it with their barrage and Giga Blast, but the Giga Blast blasts in an unfortunate way, giving the core cruelly to Dingus, who takes the second barrier. And now Video Wave does have their burst, which they might need to use in this offensive bull, but Vorkas is there to make sure it preserves it. And now Vorkas instead will be using their own burst to get something going here, but Video Wave 2 is soon to use their burst. But Adolover kept that umbrella primary until the very end, which will make sure that burst doesn't clear anything and instead goes back in with Video Wave to the grave. And now set point for both teams. And now Maelstrom pushing this bottom corner alongside Vorkas and Pluvia. Pluvia gets damaged so much, and now they are out of energy. They do get hooked, but Adolover cannot quite finish them off. Pluvia opting for the orb instead, and Bingus doesn't have the abilities to finish them off. Now, top corner pressure coming from, again, Bingus and Adolover. But now Bingus themselves are badly wounded. They are staggered and without energy. But even so, they are going to make sure that turret is supplying Adolover with the pressure they need to open the second barrier. Now Vorkas trying to get the kill, but it won't work out. Both midfielders are now staggered, and now Adolover, Dingus recovered, now is on the offensive. Pluvia tries to find something on Haki, but doesn't quite get the secondary. Now Video Wave's Giga Blast 2 is a miss, but now the clear is found escaping Adler's primary, but not for long, as Kattingus can make that pass straight into them, finding the core on top of themselves. Taking the second set will be the Blue Roses, now with a different MVP of Adulover, who is looking at multiple awakenings here. They showed Prize Fighter, Build Different, Rapid Fire, all amazing awakenings, but I do believe they will go for the Rapid Fire, not only for the sake of damage, but also denying Varukas of Rapid Fire will be valuable here. Varukas is that Observe Fight or Flight, a great awakening, gives you that mobility that you might need to escape damage or just get place set up. Prize Fighter on Bingus here will be even more damage. Explosive Entrance is not only going to block more damage that Haki would have wanted, but also gonna provide Video Wave with that speed and build different. He's just size and again more damage on Force Haki. And lastly but not least, Pluvia is opting for Fire Up, which might give them the hype moments they need to get this offense going. We see now Pluvia did get damaged by the turret a lot, and Haki is free to riff on them with them having no energy. Now Adulover on the offense is gonna be taking the first barrier with a strike dash special combo. Would you want some fries with that? And apparently not, because they get their barrier taken. Haki is unfortunately, due to teleporting, will be giving away that barrier. A bit of a mispositioning, but it is okay. And now Pluvia and Varukas are closing in though, and they do take the second barrier. Now an open net in favor of Cinder Royalty. Video Wave defending against Adulover's primary here. Will be looking to get out of here, and a great show of patience with that strike shot is going to keep that barrier safe for now, and the burst is forced out. And now Pluvia, following it up on it, forces Haki to use their own burst, but Pluvia gets taken out by a brutal combo off of Katting's glitch pop and Haki's thunder. But now Video Wave, a bit of a mispositioning again, will cost them the barrier once Adulover hooks it and straight hits it. Now Dingus does have their burst, maybe we'll use it for a pass, but the Giga Blast doesn't quite find where it's, and Pluvia, after being right back, gets taken out by another Vice Zap, unfortunately. Now we have both forwards of Blue Roses with a burst in their hands. They might be looking to utilize this, but maybe they're gonna preserve it. But as I was saying about that, but Adulover does use their burst, which unfortunately doesn't pay off, but it does seem that they do not require it, and maybe are even more comfortable without it, as they do their usual Kazan shing 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 and strike it right in. And now Bingus trying to get an attack started off of the gates. Haki will be swapping the sides, and now they do clear it, getting an offense going on their own, but a hook, unfortunately, is a misstrike here. Pluvia does get, again, damage dumped by Haki here, especially that special is doing numbers on them. Varukas here gets damaged a lot, but Bingus does miss their secondary, which will have hit the mark. But alas, unfortunately, this, like, around all that, Video Wave had used all of their abilities, and without that ability, if the core is in the forward hands, you unfortunately cannot do much. Now, match point for the side of Blue Roses is gonna be delivered. Now, we are playing on the Era variant, and Varukas does manage to pick it up, and Pluvia themselves do a lot of damage to Dingus, who is now used to use their evade and energy to escape that. But Pluvia doing numbers on it, and now, what a great attack with the combined might of Cinder Royalty here. Video Wave coming forward to assist them, Pluvia holding the core, and Varukas closing that off angle when they wanted to clear away from Pluvia. A great showcase of what they can do on the offense. And now Bingus and Adulover, however, have been consistent throughout this match, have been amazing. And now we see Varukas on little HP, and Video Wave last second save with the Giga Blast. Now Haki is left alone, which will cost them the barrier. Video Wave struggling against this Kazan, the hooks and everything. Now Varukas holding it quiet, but what a great defense. But a single loss of a strike war unfortunately shades it, and that shade is the victory that Blue Roses have now gotten. As we see that the MVP of the game is going to be Adulover. They have been really consistent in the forward. Whenever they found themselves in this one-on-one situations, they really scored well, and I do think it's a well-deserved MVP, and especially with Haki finding these KOs on these no energy targets, and even these primary kills have been very beneficial. These power plays have provided them with a lot, and Bingus, of course, holding it all together, the glue of the team, with the turret and all, the 7 assists is shining through. And of course, Cinder Royalty has done a great job coming thus far, but it seems this is where they are surpassed. by Blue Roses, as Blue Roses is now going to be going up against International Patters, excuse me, Patters International, um, in losers finals, and the winner of that will be advancing to the grand final, where it will be a best of 3 to see who wins this consolation bracket. Thank you to Cinder Royalty, thank you to Blue Roses and everyone who plays it. You all have been stars, and I hope to see you in the stream, in Ethos, in the mainstream, basically anywhere EU LAN, as it has been great, and see you in the next match. Right, and here we are with the losers final here, determining who will be going up in the bracket to face, excuse me, to face, why am I like this? We are going to be determining who will be facing in the grand finals. Chadlak, no, I didn't forget who was in the grand finals. You are lying. And now we see in this match International Patters. Sorry, Patters International. Why do I get mixed up? Patters International, which we have seen before in the stream on this Clarion Trials map, and this comp specifically we also have seen, though that was on Demon Days. The starting awakenings are peak performance and whatever else that did not matter apparently, as the players did not go for it, but it was Berserker if you were wondering. And now, again, as I said, we are seeing the same comp as we have before. Kitty Bagel on the Asher, Cliff on the Rasmus, and Etir, of course, on the Saimi that have been very effective on, and against them are going to be the Blue Roses, with Dingus on their, of course, signature Juno and Haki on the Dubu, with Adulaver on the Drekar, a comp that we didn't see earlier in the match, and here, actually, the Haki is a bit too late to lay down those bamboo pipes, as Cliff and Etir are going to be finding that gap at the top for that first point of the set, and now we will seeing Kitty Bagel here trying to hold this down, but Dingus is just going to be going on an onslaught with all those blobs, and Cliff using the death touch here to make it a bit safer for their goalie, but alas, maybe this is a not a comfortable position as they give out both of their barriers, and Etir now setting up the turret, but the turret unfortunately lets the core go from the middle, landing it in the hands of Dingus, who will be setting up offense for Adol over here. Cliff using their burst to get a moment's rest to set up this offense and also get that barrier, and now Bagel here forced to use their burst as the Drekar primary would have put it in, otherwise Haki defending this top place proudly with their burst too, despite Etir and Cliff's great attack. Now we see a misstrike, a disagreement it seems from Cliff and Etir, meaning now the offense is in the hands of Dingus and Adolover, but the turret is going to be pushing that offense right back at the bottom corner, and now Dingus with the burst is going to be sending it to Adolover, and sadly Adolover is positioned just right where Kitty Bagel cannot stop that angle with the primary. And we see that here that of course teams are in tandem, they pat each other, they give each other those lovely emotes. It's always refreshing to see, and now the death touch attempt to maybe kill here by Cliff doesn't really find a target with Dingus. Bagel pushing up, making sure that offense never gets started to begin with, but now a kill is found on it here by Odolover with that ult primary combo. Is gonna mean a power play here in the favor of Blue Roses, as they were able to find them in the previous game as well. And now we see Bagel though holding up to this thing. Now Era Orb is conquered by Cattingus. Is gonna mean that they get some more size, their awakenings, excuse me, their cooldowns. But alas, Patters defend this quite well. But it's not really defense they seem to be having trouble with. Maybe it's the offense, as both barriers of Blue Roses were standing, while the Patters International did unfortunately lose another point in the set. And now we can see Kitty Bagel does have the burst, and their teammates are building up the bursts. And Adolover on the opposing side is the only one that actually has a burst. Though of course with Juno it's always going to be a dangerous game when it comes to energy. Now on the Obscura variant of Clarion Trials, Clarion, the map, whatever it is called. And now we will see an offense on the upside, but now, anyways, Cliff gonna be looking to get the score in control, but their damage, their HP is going to be damaged quite a lot in that regard. And Adolover and Cliff both sitting on, but who will use the burst first to take the other first? And Cliff is the first to react here. Using their turret to take this barrier down won't be enough due to the top of fortress, but the burst is however enough. And now Kitty Bagel is looking to use an offensive burst, it seems, as they are going to be replacing Etir in the front lines. Etir pings the get orbs as they always do while they do that. And now Kitty Bagel, unfortunately the burst doesn't find a target here. Etir still in the role of goalie, it seems, is going to mean that they are still looking for offensive play, and Etir, what a prediction with that glitch pop, is going to mean that unfortunately the Dubu primary is just not going to be fast enough to save this point. And now it's a set point for both teams, as we have Kettingus sitting on a burst is dangerous, of course, we have all seen what they can do with that character, I'm sure, even if it's not in this LAN. And now, Bagel is trying to make sure that no attack gets started to begin with. And Etir, using this turret, the creations are clashing here on the bottom path, and it seems the victor was Etir, but Dingus has put a nail into that victor, as they are helping Haki here with the defense quite well, protecting both of their barriers. Bagel, now on the top side, is pushing it into Cliff's hands, where they hope to get an offense, but Etir actually passes it backwards. They want to set up something from back, it seems, especially with their skills down. And yeah, again, as I said, Bagel just hovering over Adulavar, making sure they don't get to play around too much with that core. And Bingus almost does an own barrier right after the first barrier is taken on the bottom pressure by the cooperative efforts of Cliff and Etir. And now Etir is going to be passing to Cliff, and what a pass found, as well as the strike found by Cliff to open the second barrier. Now an opponent situation, Cliff is trying to get a hold of the core, and they will eventually find the position to go on the offensive, and Etir, of course, will be tagging along. They will hold hand by hand, pat each other, and then pat aggressively Haki, it seems. And as we win the first set, we see the big Yappa. Etir, a great caster, is the first to get anything out of this draft. They are the MVP of the round. Explosive entrance will be what they pick. Damage, range on the secondary is going to be something you want, and I'm sure it was something Bingus themselves wanted as well. Omega Infused Accelerator is a dangerous pick right after the explosive entrance on Juno here, Bingus. As we see also Kitty Bagels picking up those sparks, activating an alternative win condition for their team, and Demolitionist on Dubu is going to be a big guy, big rat, you know, big rat, something you want. And it also denies, of course, Demolitionist from Cliff, who will be opting here for Might of the Colossus instead, which is not a bad awakening at all. It might even prove more useful if they can get more size in the further sets. And we also see Adolavar picking up Reptile, making sure that they will not be dying out of stagger in here, but actually they do find it past, they do find a core past Kitty Bagel's massive primary here, taking the first barrier, and now they're hoping for the second, but Cliff and Etir are here to assist. But so is Haki, it seems, as they try to form something on the bottom line, but Cliff does find a path through the middle. Now Bingus on the offensive. And now we see the offenses have shifted around one too many times, and Bagel once again there to stop the attack before it begins. Haki though is hovering over the bottom line here. Might be looking for something, as Kitty Bagel themselves are looking for something at the top. Cliff manages to get the Maelstrom Orb, meaning they will get all their cooldowns and a massive Cypher buff. That's going to be super important for taking the second barrier, and soon after Etir will follow it up with a goal. I mean, stellar performance from Etir so far. They have been fulfilling a lot of things for their team, especially in the offense. And now we are going to be seeing another strike shot ult from Kitty Bagel, but Bingus will be getting over them for this first barrier. Cliff there to have Kitty Bagels back. Unfortunately, the bursts were used in tandem, meaning one of them is lost to time and to waste. And talking about all that, I just totally missed the second barrier being taken. Dingus, and then played it at the top where Adulavar were to arrive invisibly. The stealth check was a success, and it goes in with the primary. Etir, now a missed strike, gonna hit the orb in the middle. In the Atlas variation of Clarion, means their own barrier is taken, an own barrier, very unfortunate. But now Dingus is forced to use their burst here to get some kind of offense started, but the Asher ult is gonna get them stuck, and Kitty Bagel is going to be capitalizing on it with that damage. Now Cat Dingus is left with no stagger here and no energy. I'm sure that the Patters International will be looking for a kill on that, and unfortunately also Adulavar's burst is wasted as they missed the core with it slightly. Now Etir and Cliff passing back and forth beautifully, but perhaps Etir was too quick on the handle to jump at that core. Now we can see Cliff brawling against Cat Dingus, trying to get them out of this game. And so does Etir with the glitch wall, but it doesn't quite land. Cat Dingus is going to be keeping in this game alongside Cliff, who was damaged, but both of them are now on the offense as Cliff and Etir try to get something out of this turret that Etir has laid the foundations of, but this damage is just going to be too much. And also the red core means in this power play newly found, the second barrier of Patters International is going to be falling down. Bagel and Etir now defending. Etir uses their burst, has to, for this defense, to make sure that pass doesn't arrive, and Bagel defending beautifully. So Cliff reaches to the rescue. Gonna mean that this net goal, this point, won't be theirs to take just yet. Cliff now death touch, but maybe they panicked slightly. The strike is missed, meaning Adulover gets to play with the core, but unfortunately they cannot find anything out of it just yet. Etir gonna lay out the turret, try to find something, but the core almost passed through Kitty Bagel, but nothing goes on. That, and the second barrier is taken by a great secondary found on Etir, and now the glitch pop is gonna mean Cliff plays this game. Now the passes back and forth, and the goalie is taken down. Cliff hits them with the use energy burst. What a ping! And what a play by both of them. The passing goes crazy. I guess it's the synergy of the patting. And of course, yeah, the passes. Look at them. They are showcasing that, yeah, we do care about this ping. And maybe that use energy burst was supposed to be a pass ping as well, instead of, you know, a BM to Haki. But who knows, truly. And now, Kitty Bagel is going to be defending the top corner as they always have been. It seems impossible to get it through them, and that top corner with this invisible variant, Clarion, and Bagel even doing damage here, using their secondary and primary on Adolover might not be the best choice, as they do have Reptile Remedy. They will be restoring that HP quite quickly. But now, on the bottom offensive, we see Catlingus make it out, finding in the clear, but Etir really wants to, you know, play it strong on that bottom, but as well as, of course, covering for Kitty, who has woke up, and it does seem that for that they get punished, giving away one barrier, and now the other, after the core is put through to Adolover, and Adolover will just strike it and primary it. Now Kitty Bagel forced to use the burst to get away from this dire situation. Now an interesting interaction with the top fortress is going to mean that Etir and Cliff are still on the offensive. And the glitch pop is found, but Haki is there to react to it with the secondary. The burst doesn't quite find the target. Kitty Bagel is able to strike it away. And Haki themselves use their burst, but the burst is deflected by Cliff. But not before Etir uses their burst to counter it. Failing to do so means they have no energy here. But they are able to hold through. They are hovering over Adolover and making sure they don't strike the ball quite greatly, I must say. And now from the top corner, Adolover appears out of nowhere and finds a great angle through to the bottom corner, and now both teams are on set point for, you know, the glory of the second set. Of course, we will see here Patters International definitely will be looking for a set. Kitty Bagel, I'm pretty sure, is hoping for that spark, maybe of agility, maybe of strength, who knows. They have been seen dumping power here, but we see again with the drum alternates of this map, it will be volatile, as we see one barrier taken from both sides with the speed of the drums. Haki here defending on the bottom against Cliff. Etir really trying to force into that position and succeeding to do so. Death touch here gets the offense back, but unfortunately the burst is to no avail coming from Cliff. Is gonna mean that they will have to scram here a bit on the defensive. Adolover gets the first barrier open, and they are looking for the second touch on that core, and they do get it right into the bottom corner. Kitty Bagel unfortunately does not get their burst up on the last bits of energy. Now we see Blue Roses take the set to their advantage. Catlingus will be the MVP of the selection. They could opt for taking Spark of Agility away from Bagel, or maybe look for something of their own. But ultimately they decide that they do not want that win condition in this game. They will be taking Spark of Agility away from Kitty. Now we also see Missile Propulsion on Drekar is always going to be a dangerous option, as well as the team player that Kitty Bagel manages to scrap, even though they cannot get the spark. And we see the double pick from Etir and Cliff is going to be damage awakenings of heavy impact on Etir and build different on Cliff. And talking about damage, Adolover here is knocked out from a pendulum swing, is gonna mean power play for the side of Patters International. And now the power play is going to be very advantageous. In fact, they're able to benefit from it quite a lot, taking two barriers and almost even a strike at the net with Death Touch, but Bingus is there to stop that, and Adolover is back in the field, meaning they take that second barrier. Oh, but Adolover could have maybe done something with the core that was heading towards them, but they were a bit too focused on dealing damage to Etir here. Now Etir is forcing that with their ult, with turret. But unfortunately, even the Ash Road is not enough to get through these defenses that Blue Roses have laid down here. Cliff trying to find the truth, and they do find it. The burst is an attempt at the net, but it doesn't quite find its aim. Now, unfortunately, Etir does miss one too many strikes, meaning they are now defending. But alas, that defense is gonna be successful, and Etir does hold the burst, but so does Bingus, who is maybe looking to use it here with their secondary. And they get the pass through to Adulover, but Kitty Bagel is fast enough to react that they protected. The pass back to Etir is gonna be successful, and unfortunately here, Haki, after stopping the core with the roll, the somersault, they do move a bit too far away from core, leaving it in the taking for Cliff to just strike it in. You know, a light tap, maybe even a pat. Pats anyone? Nope. Anyways, Kitty Bagel here is gonna be defending. Unfortunate primary is gonna mean though that Adulover will manage to get their first barrier here. Death Touch, grabbing it away from Adulover. Cliff is looking to start an offensive here alongside Etir, of course. And they do find that the Tofu Fortress is not quite fast enough to protect that first barrier going down. And now Etir is holding onto that burst. Maybe they are looking for it in an open net situation. Now Adulover though is not gonna opt for that. They're gonna use their burst, but unfortunately there are too many people on them, and they do manage to solve it. And just as I was saying, Etir from that rebound gets the second barrier and immediately uses their burst. They were looking for an open net, and they are able to find it through Haki and the Dingus in front of them. And now it is going to be set point for the Panthers coming back into this game. Couldn't grab agility, but maybe if they win this, Bagel would be able to get strength here, Spark. But now the first barrier is taken by a great play from Dingus, though I cannot analyze it because it's Juno and I do not understand that character. Now Etir setting down their turret on this bottom side, and this turret is going to reward them with a barrier and the opportunity at a burst, taking the second barrier, but that opportunity is ultimately not found. Etir tries to get that prediction off of Haki, as Haki is forced to use their burst to defend here, but it is slightly too late, and unfortunately Kitty Bagel panics a bit too much here, uses their burst to no avail. It is kind of wasted, and the clear that they are attempting to find finds nothing but a lizard with a grenade, as Adulover gets the second barrier open, meaning this open net will be taken advantage of with that primary. But they do defend it, they get it to Etir, but Etir is hovered over by a blob that is now hiding in invisible field. Maybe they are shy. Okay, thank you for showing them to us, quick. We appreciate it. And now Etir is going to be hopping over the core that is gonna be held onto by sticky grenades coming off of Adulover, who looks for a kill but cannot find Cliff. Now Panthers International defending, but the defense to no avail. They get taken one barrier, and then the barrier prompts the use of burst from Adulover, taking the second one. Open net situation now in the favor of Blue Roses, but another burst is found towards the other option. Etir uses their burst to take a barrier, tries to take the other one too, but doesn't quite find it. Now though, they are very low on HP and no energy is gonna mean they are a target even for Haki, who is going to be hitting them into the zone where Dingus can finally pick it up. An attempt of Death Touch second barrier from Cliff is unfortunately going to be hitting the blob instead, and the secondary is not there to be found. The core slips by Kitty Bagel into the cruel hands of Adulover, who will be striking it right in. No mercy for the patting here. As we see once again a set point for both teams in the set 3. Asher Shield, we're gonna protect the top shield, but not enough apparently. The sticky grenades are gonna make sure that barrier is open, disregarding the Asher ult. And now Adulover once again in this top corner alongside Kitty Bagel, fighting for the second barrier. But Cliff and Etir are setting up quite the attack. Cliff wants to secure this orb with their teammate arriving. They do so. Etir is the victor of the Maelstrom orb, and they do make use of it with their size here in the top corner, setting up attack. Cliff is gonna look for a true ball from Katningus, and that true ball does arrive, but unfortunately does not find the barrier. But it might just right now, with Etir now joining the offensive, but Bingus is just utilizing those blobs too well, getting it through to Adulover, who manages to wrap it around Kitty Bagel's or primary. Now, however, oh my god, it slips right past, Kitty Bagel. Maybe he's a bit too patient on the trigger, resulting in a core slipping past, meaning Katningus, again with the MVP, will be with their team, the victor of this draft, and the hotshot is standing right there, my friend. Will you be the one taking it? As we see though, this time in the draft, and they do, of course, Bingus, hotshot Juno, right? It's a classic. And now we see a double pick on the side of Cliff and Etir. and Etir will be opting for Deadeye and Glass Cannon on the side of Cliff. I would be expecting maybe Prize Fighter more or Spark of Strength if you were sure that Kitty wasn't going to get it, which they eventually cannot. They end up with Fire Up, and Spark of Strength instead goes to the Adulover, who is going to be denying them. And of course, as Glass, we have Siege Machine on Haki's side. Maybe a bit more offensive creation will be seen here as the core slips to the side of Kitty Bagel, and a good angle is found by Blue Roses for the first barrier, but Cliff is not going to leave them alone in that hill. One barrier taken from both teams. A drum is found on Adulover, but it doesn't kill, unfortunately. Now Cliff on Etir going to be holding this bottom side, but the Tofu Fortress will not let them through there. They need an ID maybe, and now it is killed. We have a power play. Bingos is down by a pendulum swing, and now Cliff using all of their utils alongside Etir to get the second barrier. Now Etir does hold the burst, and that burst is going to be used on the bottom corner, but Haki is there to hold it. Now Cliff, another attack on the top side, is not going to find his target. Now the power play is over. Kentuxen is back on the field, but they are still on the offensive, Etir and Cliff, and they do manage to find another hit. Cliff is building up to a burst here, and Etir actually gets another power play, finding a kill on Haki here, who was a bit too close to the line. Meaning, this power play with a goalie missing could just be the end of this point, and it is, as Cliff finds another pendulum swing, swinging to their favor. Once again, we see here Cliff and Etir is on the offensive, and they really want these barriers, but Dingus and Haki are holding quite nicely, but not for long, as Etir, it does force that barrier open, and now a Tofu Fortress comes out, but what a knockback on that burst. I did not expect that KO, but it is found nonetheless. Etir is out of the field for 15 seconds. Power play now for the Blue Roses is going to be, unfortunately, actually resulting in not in their favor, as Cliff takes another barrier off of them, and Bagel is holding on to that burst. And now we see Etir is back on the field. They want to make some plays happen in here, but Adulover is there to stop it. Kitty Bagel pushing it here, but Haki, the somersault goes a bit too far as they wanted, but Dingus is there to cover it. Now Kitty Bagel making sure this attack doesn't begin, hovering over Adulover, but it does slip right past them. And now the first barrier is taken, and they are now looking for a second, but Cliff, before that second can be found, wants to end this point, as they do a great play with their secondary, swinging around and finding a strike to the top corner where Haki cannot unfortunately reach it. Now set point for the Patters is going to be looking for a set 5 in this game, as Cliff and Etir are brawling against Cat Dingus and Adulover here in the midfield, trying to take possession, and eventually Dingus is the victor, taking the first barrier, as Etir sets up the top corner, but Adulover hangs out there a bit too far, a bit too long, as Cliff finds the kill. Power play now for the side of Patters International is gonna mean everyone is coming forward, and a double KO is even found, and maybe a triple would have been it, but Kitty Bagel, before all that, goes forward, walks all the way forward into the net, and uses their burst to push it right in. And now we see Cliff as the MVP of the round, will be the first pick in this draft. Some really nice picks here, especially you might look for a rapid fire. Not only is the Good Awakening, but also gonna deny it from reaching Cat Dingus's hands. Yeah, and that exactly happens. Those stacks on stacks is still a very intimidating pick on Dingus. Recovery drone on Bagel means that they won't maybe, you know, get edge killed, and they will get more size. Fight or flight on Etir makes sense. They have been fast and getting everywhere, so why not do even more of that? And Stinger pound on Adulover means that maybe we will see more stagger play, as we haven't seen much of it in this game. Timeless Creator, of course, buffing those creations that are going far with the Siege Machine, is found on Haki now. And as, of course, right away we see those creations supporting their team in the top corner, gonna take one of the barriers, but on the counter, another barrier is going to be taken off of the other team, this time on the bottom side, and Bagel arrives just on time to defend their own second barrier against Adulover's lizard hands. That's not racist, I swear. And now we see Cliff taking the orb on the middle, massive size here, but unfortunately they aren't able to utilize it much, as the core doesn't quite land on them. Etir though now takes the second barrier with a great secondary, and now the burst in front of the net. Unfortunately though, Dingus and Haki are there to stop it. And now they clear towards Autolover, who is going on the offense, and Kitty Bagel is a bit too passionate with the paths. Secondary and into primary is going to go too far. Taking their second barrier now, open net for both teams, as Dingus with the big orb is going to be looking for offensive. But now Etir and Cliff around the bottom corner trying to get something off here. Cliff has the burst and does use it, but it misses the core slightly as Bingus gets a core through to Autolover, and Autolover here gonna be faced with Kitty Bagel's secondary, and Cliff sets up a good primary, but Haki uses their evade quite nicely to defend against it. Etir doesn't quite have the dash range to get the rebound on that strike shot now. Makes sure Adulover doesn't get too much time on that core. Though Bingus founds a great pass with the primary, the blobs into Adulover, and Kitty Bagel is not there to stop it from going into the net. As we see the first point taken in this final set. Dingus once again on the attack, uses their burst and does actually manage to get it through 3 people to take the first barrier here in this point. The drums will be utilized to find that first barrier, though on the opposing side as well by Etir. A great showcase of offense. Cliff here is damaged slightly, but nothing that will put them out of their position or game, as Dingus is able to clear it from this top corner offense coming in Patterson International side. They do find their barrier taken, however, with an effective offense on Adulover, and they find a barrier of their own. But now Adulover with the burst is stopped by Kitty Bagel. Kitty Bagel, who builds up to their own burst, will be reinforcing this defense. I doubt they will be wanting to use it for offense with such a situation, though. Etir does use it for offense. Unfortunately, though, it goes into the hands of Haki. He doesn't find much of anything. However, they are setting up with the glitch pop here. A great offense. Haki is forced to use the... What? What happened there? I couldn't even tell. I think Adulover struck it before Bagel could reach anything with their secondary, but it looked like Kitty Bagel phased through everything. However, it is not to be ignored, I suppose. Now, match point for the name of Blue Roses is going to be here. And Bagel is forced to use their burst if they don't want to give one or maybe more barriers here. Now Etir and Cliff on the attack, bottom corner. They do take the first barrier. They're hoping for the second, but Bingus is there to stop that advance. And Bagel meets them on their own bottom half, making sure to clear it before they can get much, though the top barrier is found eventually by Adulover, who has been very effective with their Dracar in this game against the Asher. Dingus, though, does get picked up by I am not sure what. However, even if it's a power play, this top corner is going to get captured. What a strike by Adulover, winning despite everything. This last point is going to prove that it is the Blue Roses match to win. And what a game by both sides, truly. It was the set 5, it was amazing to witness. I mean, the Panthers had very great offense, and the Kitty Bagel too helped a lot with it, with their strike shot and ults, always reinforcing these middle points, these choke points, to make sure that Etir and Cliff get more of the core. But unfortunately, alas, who comes out on top was the Blue Roses. Bingus here, a great performance. Look at those redirects. I mean, almost 400 in this game. They got a lot of passes through, they got some of goals of their own, and Adulover was very effective with their redirects. Don't let the little amount be a trick you. They were quite, cost effective to say with these redirects, and Haki held the fortress very well and made sure that their team had the opportunity to get this game for themselves. And yes, that will be Blue Roses advancing to the grand finals to fight. No, I didn't. Shotlocked. Yes, fight Shotlocked. And unfortunately, here we are at the end of the time with the Patters, who have brought nothing but joy to these streams. Especially their games have been a joy to watch, and honestly to organize as well. Thank you to all the players for their plays and their presence. It has been great, and I will see you in the grand finals of the Consolation bracket. Yo, YDK, can you hear me? Is my mic okay? Okay, nice, good. Okay, after certain difficulties and difficulties with my own mic, it seems that we are here to begin the grand finals, which will be the Blue Roses against Chudlocked. Here it will be a best of three, the only best of three in the constellation bracket. As we see here, the picks are made. We see Arlax on the rune here for the side of Chudlocked. Is definitely something to be reckoned. As we see here, Adolover using that Centaur dash straight into the game, trying to take that first barrier as Loopy Lemon using their secondary here on Octavia, assisting the team getting that first barrier, but of course it's an Oni Village game, so the first barrier matters, well, not for much it seems. And now, Kettingus, with their signature Juno, will be trying to get the score out, and the Blob will assist Adolover getting that first barrier on the opposing side now. As we see Haki holding that last barrier on Dubu, quite strongly so. Now, Bingus, crossing this top corner, Adolover though seems to be looking for a side swap. As Haki, with the patience, will be waiting all this util out. And now Lego Piece, that touch, tries to do a combo, but doesn't quite find it. Now Alex is a bit too front maybe, Adolover takes advantage of it with his Enter dash, getting that second barrier, but the second barrier is also found on the opposing side by Loopy Lemon's primary, and now they are pushing it right in, but Haki holds strong with the primary, and Util, you just cannot pass that fortress, and now Bingus and Adolover perhaps looking for a power play by getting Loopy Lemon out of this game, as they are out of stagger. But they do seem a bit more focused on utilizing that burst on Cat Dingus. But of course, that is only about the Dingus themselves, and Adolover takes them out. Now without Loopy Lemon, it's a power play in the benefit of Blue Roses here. As Adolover gonna try a play, but the primary doesn't quite hit the core. They seem to be confused as that. But now Bingos uses their burst to hit it right into Alex, unfortunately, who uses their own burst in reaction. Now without burst, this will just be a game of pure striking. Adolover picks the up angle, but perhaps the bottom would be better for them here. None the matter now, Katniss is trying something up, but Alex does not want any play to happen in that corner, using their pillar to stop all of it. Now, the burst comes out, however, from Lego Piece. The Rasmus does not find that strike, unfortunately. It is blocked out by Adolover's special here. And now Adolover does have the ball, but the core drifts away from their secondary line, meaning no plays would happen here. Still, they are trying to get the core in their control with their primary. Dingus here, trying to get something, but... Oh, and it goes past everyone from the bottom lane. As we see now, Haki getting the first point of the game. An unlikely one, but it is never impossible, of course. And now we also see Haki sitting on that burst. It's gonna mean that the defense will be really strong here, and Adolover finds another angle with their secondary on Zentaro here, meaning the first barrier is down, but the first barrier, both of the barriers are actually down on the other side, as Haki, unfortunately, is stunned and far away from the core being taken from them. Lego Piece's Death Touch means that burst won't help you much. Now on the opposing side, Adolover does manage to get it, the other barrier with their special, as Haki, a great Tofu Fortress, defending that bottom side, as they do not want to play there, it seems. And now Bingo's trying to get cores, but and Adolover using a burst to get that heavy Loopy Lemon out of this game, but it does not hit, unfortunately. It does not get them out, and the pillar disappears at the last second, and the blob does enough to strike it right into that net. Now 2 points, and this will be set points actually for the side of Blue Roses. AFC players positioning themselves, starting the set. Both forwards positioned upside is an interesting starting position coming here from Chudlocked. And Adolover, without energy, they are caught by Loopy Lemon and they will be executed. Now power play in the favor of Chudlocked, but Bingo's here stalling it out very nicely. Only 5 seconds in the clock left in this power play. Loopy Lemon though, they are stacking up their secondary, passing back and forth it seems with their goalie. Will be speeding up, and Adolover does manage to get an ulti in here, but Loopy Lemon is there to save the day with their burst. And they are still keeping that stacks, but that stacks, those stacks are no more, and also no more are their stagger and energy. Adolover definitely looking for a kill here for the power play, but Loopy Lemon themselves are looking for that kill on Katingus, who doesn't have the energy with that Octavia ult, but eventually that is not found. And now Adolover and Katingus on the upside, trying to get an attack going, catching the core from that clear angle, but now it is upside down as we see Loopy Lemon trying to get something done with their stacks, but it doesn't quite happen. Adolover, what a great primary here, holding the core in front when Alex was trying to get it out with secondary, meaning the second barrier is down and it's an open net in the favor of Blue Roses here. Sniping issues now. Adolover is here to make a play, and the play lands. What a great play with the ult secondary and the burst. Alex cannot even react with that burst, meaning here we have the first set won by the Blue Roses. And of course, the MVP of the round will be Catbringers. They have been the anchor of the game in this first set, and as such, they will definitely be looking to probably deny Chrono Boost if I had to guess from Octavia. Of course, and it arrives, you do not want Octavia running around with that, though they still managed to pick up an Aerials, which is still very beneficial. Blue Cup is picked up by Adolover. More stagger, more damage, right? Not much to say about it. And Orb Ponder here will be picked up by Unlax, perhaps tempting those orbs into more CDs, and maybe they can use more of their skills in the offensive here. Missile Propulsion on Dubu will be a pickup on Haki, and yeah, I mean, we have seen them previously, I believe, using some ults offensively, especially with a creation build, and we could see it again here. But before we see all that, we should look more on Loopy Lemon's flashy plays with those Octavia, and even more so at Bingus, because they are out of the arena. Lego Piece finds the pendulum swing to make this power play happen. Now 3v1, Alex is also here to help, but the Banish finds nobody. And now we see sniping issues, but it's okay. And now Loopy Lemon once again with their stacks, but they cannot keep the stacks for long. Pendulum swing doesn't quite get it, but it does end up in the hands of Loopy Lemon, who will finally strike it right into the net, taking another point for the Chudlocked. That's it, for the Chuds. I will call them Chuds. Okay. And now Lego Piece getting in there. Death Touch does manage to grab out the first barrier. Loopy Lemon here doesn't want Adolover sitting on them. The burst does come out, which takes the second barrier. Now Cattingus is trying to defend alongside Taki here, but maybe a bit too far backwards. However, during all of this, Loopy Lemon is just damaged so heavily, and Adolover will not let this slide. They cannot get the kill on it though. And Loopy Lemon does a little dance, celebrating the fact that they are still alive. They are taunting Adolover, it seems. But now, actually on the sides, on the corner, Lego Piece meets the core, and with the core they can do these plays, taking out Haki in the process of their burst, meaning strike will go right in and through Cattingus for another point. And now Loopy Lemon damaged heavily off the gates by Adolover. Their patience is of course beneficial, but this time around the patience means your stacks are gone. And now Lego trying to make something happen here. Adolover really wants Loopy out of this gate. Maybe the taunt did work after all. And now Cattingus supplying Adolover with the core that they need to get that first barrier open. Now both teams sitting at 1 barriers. Loopy Lemon, however, is sitting on little HP, and they run into the Zentoro ult. This is when you emote back, people. As now the power play is in the favor of the Blue Roses. They will be trying to get this barrier, of course, and they will be set up with a perfect banish from Alex. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out in their favor, but the opposing teams now. Loopy Lemon is back on the field, however, now secondary into ult. They try to force it, but Haki sees the clear. But unfortunately, Lego Piece is not positioned to cover. They don't have that much speed. And now, of course, they are defending this valiantly alongside Adolover here. But they cannot seem to find a clear, as there is nothing to clear to. But now there is, and the missile propulsion duo comes right out. Loopy Lemon once again in the brink of death here. Adolover will be hovering over them. Now, as we do see again, all of Blue Roses are building up to blue bursts right now. And that might just represent their colors in this game. But now, they do not find it yet, they are building up to it. But talking about bursts, Lego Piece has one of their own that might be looking to use. Haki does use their burst, but it actually doesn't benefit them. It's for the harm of them. It is not found. And now, the top corner. What a good angle. Adolover finds it through. And they do take the first point of their set. Now, we see Lego Piece and Arlax on the top side. Loopy Lemon and Lego Piece constructing an attack here on the bottom side. What a great angle from Adolover's secondary into strike is gonna mean the first barrier is down. Both teams now sitting on the first barrier. Excuse me, their last barriers. And now Dingus holding this bottom side will make it comfortable for Haki. Both Arlax and Adolover on their patience. Misses their strike and the core. But Adolover's building up burst does explode blue and brings their colors to that last barrier. Now an open net in the favor of Blue Roses. They are defending valiantly against Loopy, and Lego piece both in this bottom corner, especially Dingus is holding this game, and Adolover tries a feint, but they fake even themselves as they find this point, now bringing it to set point for both teams. Now we see Lego piece, the secondary will be taking the first barrier, but alas, that first barrier has been taken fast in all sets. It is only village after all, and Adolover, what a great primary. They really are utilizing that quite well. Now, Bingus taking a couple death touch from Lego piece, almost picks up the barrier, but Haki is there to react. Now, we see Cat Bingus again in this position, defending alongside Haki. They just have been solid throughout this whole match, and now Bingus is here quickly with their secondary in the offense, but the burst from Alex is going to make sure that this barrier stands. Now, Haki does use their burst, but eventually it is to no avail. The burst from the opposing side is just better it seems, and it does take their barrier. Now an open net in the favor of Chadlock. And Catwingus is holding on to their burst. Could mean disaster here. Now once again an interesting vanish into pillar will mean the top pressure is nullified. And now Catwingus does use their burst, but eventually they don't find much with it. But now the blobs do find their way to Adolover and Arlax and make sure that Adolover gets their chance at this, and the strike happens. Lego piece burst, but doesn't quite find the net. Defending with all forces here. The Octavia primary is just short of making it a goal. Haki will be holding this alongside, of course, their teammates, and now they are upon the attack path. Maybe they dashed a bit too early here. The burst doesn't reach to kill Loopy Lemon. No power play. And now everyone is on their toes in this game right now. What a great pass, and Bingus is here to make this play and take the comeback on this set. What a play. I mean, it's Dingus, right? You gotta fear that, you know. And here, actually, talking about, we were talking about Adolover, how they make great use of their primary and strikes in this game. They have been quite great, efficient with the forwarding, and now they are rewarded for it for the first pick. And now they will be taking that peak performance. They don't want any survivability on that Octavia. That being said, Stacks on Stacks is now left for the picking of Lego, which will be a great mobility pick. Fight or Flight, though, is again reserved for the hands of Cat Bingus, as they will be using it to reign even more, maybe in the offensive, as they have been like great on the defense. Maybe they hope to do even more in the offense here, as we see again Siege Machine on Haki. It's something we've seen before, and it's something that they really seem to like to pick. I'm not familiar with Ludo's picks, so I wouldn't know, but talking about familiarity, what the... yeah, that Adolover manages to get a kill on this Octavia is gonna be in power play, and two Tofu Fortress and the pillar fight, but the pillar comes out victorious, and thus the barrier is taken now in the favor of Chads, though they cannot seem to find that last strike to push them over the edge. And Arlax here playing a bit more offensive this set. They have their burst ready already, and the great Octavia primary is gonna mean that Loopy Lemon nails it to the bottom tier. We see some banter here, perhaps between Loopy and Adolover. We love to see it, you know? Brings up the sparks. Now, we see here Bingus. And, oh, Adolover is still finding those angles to get those barriers, but of course the first barrier is not to be thought of much in Oni Village. As we can see here, the first will be taken by... but the secondary could also be taken by Loopy's great Octavia ultimate. Here we see a kill maybe happen, but Loopy Lemon does manage to evade at the last second. So no power play for the Blue Roses just yet. Adolover is still looking for Loopy Lemon. And now we can also see that Lego is looking for something here. Loopy is here. They are trying to be pincering this. If they cannot get this though, they might be in trouble. They don't have much energy and much less stagger here. Adolover will definitely be looking for damage here. I mean, the energy economy is just not in their favor, except for Loopy's burst, which is right here. And that is apparently all they need, as Loopy pushes it right into the bottom corner. Now, we see Haki actually walking up to get the core for their team here. Adolover and Bingus combining perfectly for the double barrier here. This might be a quick point, but it is not. They are defending this. Lego piece, Loopy and Alex all are here. Death Touch is here, but the Death Touch actually ends up not in their favor, as it pulls the core right into Ado's hug. And Ado will not let that slide. Now, Lego piece playing the offensive game. Haki tries to dribble back on the back, but it won't work out. Now both barriers being taken instantly. Bingus does manage to get one in the counter, but they definitely are in disadvantage here with an open net. Lego piece definitely is dangerous, especially with that death touch. Loopy Lemon trying to get Haki down, but they only managed to get some energy off of them. Now on the offense, but the Octavia primary. The core that bounces back. I don't even know if patience saves you there, to be honest. As the Chads take their first set, putting their hands on this game and hoping for more. Now we see Octavia is the first pick here. Will manage to get Spark of Agility here to combine with their Spark of Focus. Is going to be a big reward for them, of course. But maybe something you wanted more was the Chrono Boost that was taken. Now Omega Infuse Accelerator is gonna mean that Bingus is gonna be even faster, and that's dangerous, especially in Lonely Village, a map that really favors speed. And Bingus here isn't really in danger of being KO'd, it seems. And Recovery Drone, of course, the size on Lego piece. It's Rasmus, you always appreciate that. Rapid Fire actually being taken. Fourth pick is what surprises me. On Adolover, it's gonna be that, and their primaries have been very effective, so I suspect that they will be continuing to do so nonetheless. And now we see also a bit different on Haki. Again, will be size, and that is just something you want. Probably net. There was not a better pick. And Glass Cannon, Alex can definitely take advantage of it. As I was saying all this though, they have not been really able to, as we see both barriers of their team opened here. Bingo's trying to look for something, and they do find a pass through the Adolover, but the pillar there is going to stop that play, as well as Loopy standing right there. And we see now Haki gonna be up against this speedy Octavia that has stacked up and is just so fast. The burst comes through, and Rupee takes over this point. I mean, yeah, that is exactly what you do not want to see, especially that Spark of Agility, those two awakenings on the dash. Loopy Lemon, if they stack some speed, they definitely can take over points, as we have just seen. That's why though Adolover will probably be looking at them especially right now when they don't have any energy. As you can see, they are taking so much damage. And yeah, right there, it is out of the game. Now, power play for the side of Blue Roses. Adolover using their primary that he just strengthened, and the banish unfortunately doesn't quite work out, but the bursts here come out. Adolover uses their burst for a strike, but Alex reacts just on time to save it. Now, burst from Haki unfortunately cannot clear fully, as Lego piece does find the first barrier with a strike. Now Dingus building up to a burst here will be important, but Lego piece is also here with their burst. They try a death touch play, but that touch quite doesn't hit the mark. And now Bingus is up top, and yeah, Alex just doesn't have much options here. You strike bottom, there's a blob. You strike forward, there's a bigger blob. And that one just might have cat ears that are very scary, it seems. And now, 1-1 in the points here in this set. We see Haki directing toward the bottom. They do find the clear. Bingus will be finding the first barrier, and with their burst, the second here. As we see Adolover trying to take this burst off of Lego piece. Really offensive play, but the Tofu Fortress doesn't fully close it out. They do take the second barrier, but the unfortunate bounce is gonna lay on the hands of Adolover, who will really just put the nail in the coffin, nail that, and take the second point. Now, see, match point for the side of Blue Rose is gonna mean that maybe they will be putting an extra effort, but Loopy Lemon does have their burst. If they are not taking out by Adolover or anything, they might be doing a lot of work here, just as we see, but the burst is not a part of that performance, it seems. Not that they really need it from the seams of it, but they do miss a strike, which crucially will let them lose their strike, their stacks. Now, Bingus is walking up. The Omega maybe was a bit too much, as we see them here staggered. Though, of course, it is to be marked that it's the first time this happens, but Adolover, this isn't the first time this happens, as they get a KO on Loopy Lemon. Power play now for the Blue Roses. Arnax here to get keep the core up, make sure they are not stuck on defense. As a power play, that's the last thing you want. Adolover here, unfortunately, they also miss a strike, and they are not even able to use their burst, as Loopy Lemon is there with the ult, but they don't need it, it seems. With the secondary, they are able to get the barriers. Now this means that open net for both teams is going to conclude with Loopy Lemon catching Haki off guard with their primary. Now, it's going to be match point for Blue Roses and a set point for the Chads. Let's see if they can pull it back together. And now, the death touch combo from Lego piece is gonna take the first barrier and almost a second, but Haki is there to hold it with a strike. Alex does try a banish and a pillar on Adolover, but they have too much HP for them to be tanking like that. Adolover though is keeping an eye on Loopy, and now the two bursts come out, making a purple there, but it is very hollow as it gets nothing out of it. And actually a KO is found with the burst of Alex as they get sent out with blue colors. Sorry, Alex is the one who finds the KO on Adolover, but Adolover, before dying, does find the KO on Loopy Lemon. Now a 2v2 as they try something, as the Childs try to get something out of it, but unfortunately they cannot before both players return to the field. Now, Lego Piece and Alex is defending against Dingus here. Dingus though is dangerously building up to a burst here. We've seen what that burst can do, and you definitely don't want that to happen in this here, where it would be a match point. Now, top corner though is dangerous. Loopy Lemon unfortunately cannot stop it. Haki does hold it off with the Tofu Fortress. Now, they are really working here, but unfortunately Dingus did have to use energy, meaning they do not have this burst target, but Adolover just might with how they're building up to it. Same as Loopy Lemon though, the second barrier is open with Adolover's prediction on the secondary. Now, the Tofu Fortress is blocking off half the map, and Adolover rules comes through, and the burst, but the burst is unfound. Now Loopy walking up front, hoping to use that burst. They do lose their stack, but the burst is found, and the burst marks it to the bottom corner, meaning this game is going to a series 5. Now we see again this victory will result in a draft win for the side, for the side of Childs, as we see a hotshot pick on Octavia, mostly to deny Bingus here, I'm sure, but it is a good pick nonetheless. The cooldown is definitely something you want, especially with how much value they have been getting out of their primaries. Timeless Creator on Bingus will assure that those blows are stronger. Team Player on Alex will make sure that we see more red cores in this game, so make it more exciting, you know? And what the fuck was that? Now Legos Piece with the Egoist will give more 4 hype moments, and now we actually do see both barriers are being taken, and now Alex walking up forward. They want the Spanish, but Haki sees it through. The evade is placed perfectly. Now both teams are fighting for this core possession. Now bottom corner Lego Piece manages to get the second barrier open, and they are building up to a core, but now Loopy Lemon manages to get a Haki without energy out of the game. Power play with the goalie missing, now in the favor of Chads, and they do find the angle. Adolover tries to defend the primary, but another primary from the Octavia is found, as this rivalry for this time ends in the favor of Loopy Lemon. We also see Demolitionist and Stinger on the side of Blue Roses here. Stinger is going to be damaged, but it is unfortunately placed on Blue. And now the burst coming out of Lego Piece after the first barrier is taken, hopes to get the second, but doesn't quite. And Adolover going on a rampage up front, takes both barriers with the Bingo's help. They do not find the goal, but they do find 2 barriers and a lot of energy. And now Adolover is with the core. They will be hoping to get something out of it, but Alex with the pillar will be stopping all attempts. Adolover now up front. They do have their burst, and Skeptingus is building up to another. Haki doesn't want anything out of this corner. Adolover does unfortunately misuse their burst, not striking the core. Haki defending as per usual. And now Alex is here with a pillar to help the offense, but it doesn't quite find the mark here. Loopy Lemon does lose their stacks, unfortunately. Catwing is here with a burst. Adolover though makes some plays on the bottom that forces Alex to use their own burst, meaning they are kind of defenseless now. Bingus does use this in their favor, knowing that Alex doesn't have any of those abilities, any of those bursts. They see Adolover in a great position up front and use their burst to pass it, where they can just strike it in with a great angle. Now we see some aggression on Loopy Lemon, which makes sense. I mean, it's Octavia, you want it dead, and they do try to take at least Bingus with them down, but Bingus is preserving themselves here. And now we see Lego Piece going for some solo plays and does manage to actually use up Haki's burst here, and also is stalling superbly, but the candle on that cake was a bit off, as they do waste one of their bursts. And now Lego Piece still on the offense though, does actually manage to catch Haki off guard with the secondary. That's gonna be an open net in the favor of Chuds, as Adolover and Cattingus are trying to get things going, but now in the bottom corner, this is a dangerous spot to be with Loopy Lemon's ult activated, and it comes through. Loopy Lemon will be scoring it in, stuffing with that special. The Demon Drive is on this one, and now it is going to be match point for Chuds. And now, but besides that, we do see Adolover on a burst. Lego trying to death touch play here, but doesn't quite find it. Hits Dingus instead. And now Adolover does not want his team struggling here, as well as doing damage to Loopy here. They are trying to clear, but Alex is there with support. The pillar, Huggy is a bit too captured in trying to kill Loopy. Does give up their barrier, but Adolover is there to finish off Loopy. And now power play in the favor of Blue Roses is gonna take up both barriers. Now Dingus trying to get a pass through to Aldo for them to do their job, as well as taking the barriers of their own. But on Loopy's return, it seems, it seems Adolover was not ready for their arrival, as they do get taken out. Now Cat Dingus trying something to do on their own in this power play against them, and the burst is used, but it finds Alex. Alex, however, is caught off guard by Adolover's special means. They need to use their special. That being said, on the other side, Loopy is just too fast, and they do catch up to Haki, protecting their net with a strike, and strikes right in, meaning this game is won in the favor of the Chuds. And the series is going in a 1-0. And I mean, honestly, it has been a great match. As we proceed to the next one, I hope to see more of this speedy play, maybe more KOs, and all this offensive play from the goalies. Though I must say, Oni Village maybe didn't benefit Haki as much as they hoped to. As we can see that definitely the Chuds played a bit more around each other with these redirect numbers, but I mean, they were so close, right? Blue Rose was so close to taking this home. And yeah, we shall see what happens in the next game. Okay, and we are back with game 2 of the series here. In the grand finals, we will see what happens in this game. As we see again, we are on Inkeys, truly an uncommon pick maybe in these tournaments. But I am happy to see it. We see Adolover on the Rasmus here. And Dingus pushing it with Kai here does open the barrier against Alex's Aimi, and Adolover, the pass is found beautifully, and the strike even more so. Loopy Lemon hovering over their goalie, maybe, patting them, of course. And now, we will see Lego Piece and Loopy Lemon using Estelle's primary and Zentro's second to hit, but don't be mistaken, it is not Lego Piece midfield and Loopy Brawler as they had promised us. What a shame. But now, Haki, defending with Rekar primary alongside Dingus, is going to be keeping this barrier safe. Adolover, Pendulum Swing. That's not the Pendulum Swing, the secondary does not find the goal just yet. But now this strike, this Pendulum Swing does, and now Dingus, unfortunately, is going to be kicked away. Now, power play. But the power play is blocked 2v2 now, as Lego Piece gets blasted away by the cannon on Inkeys. Now Adolover and Loopy is fighting over the presence on the score, and Loopy Lemon is the winner of it as the cannon strikes it right back at them, and that strike war is won by Loopy Lemon. Another win in the books of the rivalry between them, or banter, I don't know. Oh, and as we see here, another kill, but this time on the goalie of the opposing side. Arlax is going to be pushed out of here, and Adolover and Catlingus are approaching Loopy Lemon like sharks in the water, coming right out to bite and getting it in, and Adolover even preserves their burst here. Okay, and now we see again Charlotte on the defending side here. Lego Piece almost gets taken up by a KO, another pendulum swing, but Adolover is here, and what a burst it is right after taking the barrier, ignoring the turret and putting it right in there before the barriers are even fully unlocked. Is gonna mean a fast set in this game of Inkeys, in of course the favor of the Blue Roses. And now Chrono Boost is there for the taking if the Rasmus prefers it to, but no, Demolitionist, they prefer size, that's understandable. Chrono Boost now here, picked by Loopy Lemon, they don't want it in the hands of Cat Bingus it seems, but Cat Bingus has other plans, very sneaky and devious plans with Deadeye. They will be hoping for chaos here, as will Lego Piece with that heavy impact they pick up. Now Glass Cannon on the side of Haki means we will see a bit more mobility, maybe a bit more aggression on that Rekar, and also we will see Sparkle Focus, another win condition activated on the goal arc of Chuds as Arlax picks up Sparkle Focus. Now we see them on the offense, Haki defending in position against Lego Piece and Loopy. Adolover looking for maybe a pendulum swing to get the core back to themselves, and they do find that Arlax here with the IME secondary is going to be trying their best to unlock this, but unfortunate clear from Haki lays in the hands of Lego Piece to unlock that barrier. Now Dingus is making sure to keep them in check here, especially Lego Piece. They do not want any core through that, but as they do, they should have checked themselves up too, and Loopy Lemon, now a secondary into a special, is going to be the end of Dingus. Now power play for the side of Charles. Lego Piece approaching from the bottom side with the turret of Aimi. Arlax had laid down, and it will be enough alongside the cannon to get through Haki here. You know, they did do a dominant throw here in the first set, Blue Roses, but now the Chuds are here to say that we aren't that much of a Chud. But alas, I eat my words as Bingus uses Giga to open the gate right away. With the barrier taken now, Haki does manage to save it from an Estelle primary. Here we see Lego using their burst, using their abilities to keep the core away from Adolover, keep it from the stream of water going right into them, but unfortunately they do not arrive as Dingo scores, while also wasting Alex's burst as it does not meet the core. Loopy Lemon, however, still is building up to that burst, which could be a great weapon in the arsenal of shots here. Adolover actually picks up another kill with the pendulum swing on the very same spot against Arlax. Means a goalie is not present in this power play. The burst from Loopy Lemon does come out as the offensive option, and the death touch from very far away grabs that core, and Adolover will find that angle through Lego Piece into the top corner. Now for the second point in favor of the Blue Rose on Inkeys. We see now Cat Dingus holding this game, and the Giga. I told you they had devious plans. This cat, and they do find them found. Find them found what? As Loopy is taken out, and the power play now is going to be too overwhelming for Alex to defend against anything. The barrage is just there to stuff it in, and Cat Dingus has been getting a lot of use and value from this Kai pick, as it is showcased by the round MVP being none other than Dingus. As they do get the first pick, I wonder which they will opt for. Peak performance is there for pickups if you want more speed, want more survivability, but of course, the spark of agility will be picked up. They do not want Alex's hands on it, even though they are last pick. That is interesting. Maybe they wanted it specifically on Kai, and now we see recovery drone, free to pick up for Adolover. Is gonna be more size, or Ponder for Haki. Is gonna mean those cooldowns are active, and team player from Estelle is gonna give us more potential for those passing. And of course, Siege Mission on Alex, a more offensive option that definitely can be useful on Inkies. Now, we see some damage actually being put down by Lego Piece and Alex both onto Adolover. They really want them out of this field, and they do manage to do so, but of course the recovery drone that they newly picked up is there to protect them. However, it won't be anymore, and Dingus is already also very damaged. It seems that the Chuds are looking to KO Cope through this match, and they might be able to, as they do take down Cat Dingus, but Adolover is here to make something happen with the solo play. Haki is using their time stalling this game until Dingus is back on this field, and now we do see some offense. Alex tries something with secondary, but unfortunately can't find it, but Haki was too focused on hitting Loopy Lemon that they forgot the core exists, and unfortunately the barrier is found. Now open net for both teams. Alex grabs it from the death touch, but what an angle. Haki did not anticipate that, and unfortunately it goes in. Two mistakes are all it takes in this match of Inkies for you to get scored on. Now we see another defending position, but the barrier falls in the 2 seconds that it takes for me to drink water. And now Adolover also pushing it. Pendulum swing has been very effective this game, and Bingus, unfortunately, without a evade, cannot get out of there. And now Lego Piece will be strike bursting it into the face of Haki, and will just be dashing right through, sliding into the net. That would have been bad. Anyhow, now we see that the Chuds are here to take a set to their name, it seems, but Bingus is just gonna take that barrier so fast. The barriers are going down left and right, and as I see the Giga Blast and primary will be, the cannon will be used to get the ball to Adolover. I cannot even talk about one thing before the other begins, and Adolover with the cannon set will be finding a strike up top, not even needing their burst that they hold on to. Now the Blue Rose also has hands in this series. Loopy Lemon gets damaged roughly, and the Giga Blast is found on them now. Maybe Adolover trying to find the death touch, but it doesn't quite come. And now Cat Dingus defending alongside Haki against this Lego Piece threat. And now Loopy Lemon is still here. They are still holding on to this game and this series. And Bingus actually is even more damaged by Loopy Lemon here. And they will be looking to get them down as Bingus is forced to get out of their position to get some orbs. And now the pendulum swing finds the intercept on the pass, getting the core through the patience, and Adolover though picks up that pass, says no, it's my ball, and this burst is to be my goal, or something. And now match point in favor of the Blue Roses, as well as of course a set point, and the pendulum swing is found here, but the barrage is slightly off put to take that barrier. Death touch finds Loopy Lemon instead of Adolover. Must be slightly confusing, and now the barrier is taken. The turret is great. Holding it in this front line is gonna mean Lego Piece gets the opportunity they need to smash it right in. What an offense laid out by the Chuds. As the Chuds unchud themselves, they will be looking for picks in this draft. We see here Lego Piece will be the first pick of the draft, maybe looking for something to do with KO, but no, actually they are looking for more speed to be had on stacks rather than any of the other awakenings. Rapid fire now lands in the hands of Adolover. They probably did not want that on Aimi, and Aerials is successfully picked up by Dingus. Woke up here on Loopy will assure that they don't die so easily and maybe can get some chaos of their own. Omega Infused Accelerator, however, on Arlex is a bit of a dangerous pick here, I think, as they already have KO'd. Sure, it was cheese chaos, but you never know when the other kind will strike. Though I must say the speed must be enticing as the barrier is found here by Catrix's Giga Blast. As we see Adolover trying to get the Death Touch play in there, but doesn't quite agree. Now the cannon is incoming. The pass of the cannon is found to Adolover. They have been utilizing the map quite well in this series, taking their first point of this set. And also we do see that Prize Fighter got picked up by Haki, meaning they of course will be looking for more damage, especially with their ultimate, I believe. But now here, Lucky Lemon and Lego find quite the gap here, and does strike the core just in the barriers unlocked. Now the cannon is activated. Lucky Lemon is hoping to get a strike on it, but actually it's Lego Piece who does manage to get it, and they actually, using their burst after the strike, they don't get to, you know, use the burst itself, but they do get a KO on Haki, which is important for the Prize Fighter stack. It is not a full use of the burst, sure, but it is a useful burst nonetheless. And now the barrier is unlocked in an instant, and already what an offense getting laid down by the Chads. But of course they got too caught up in it. It's gonna mean that they will have to give their own barrier, and Alex even has to give up their burst. But giving up all of these things does eventually benefit them with their own strike into the net. Is gonna mean that this is gonna be now set point for a set 5 for the Chads. They don't want to be remembered, you know, as the Chads who really inspired their name. And now the Pendulum Swing, unfortunately, is not able to find a kill here on Loopy Lemon. And Haki here is here. Haki here is here. Okay, yeah, sure. As Dingus is damaged a lot, they are forced to pick up this position to provide the core to Adolover, but the turret is gonna cut off all passes. And this is gonna mean that the barrier is unlocked, but Haki finds the angle with their ult. That red core with the hot shot is gonna mean Alex without skills cannot quite reach it. Now it's match point again, once again, in the favor of the Blue Rose. Now Lego is gonna do work here though, not only damage, but also gets a barrier unlocked. Adol over here, hoping to do something of the same. Tries to go for a death touch play, but Alex avoids it swiftly. Now the cannon does get used on the red side. And Adol over does find themselves with the core that the pass came from Haki's burst. Now Dingus trying to get something laid out, and the red cannon does come with its benefits. Now power play as Lupidamin is pushed out of the arena. Turret from Alex is gonna hope to get something going here. The defense is played out greatly. Alex does get their burst eventually, which will be their ace up their sleeves in this defense. As Lupidamin right off the gate is hoping to get this in, as they will use all their abilities, Lego pieces there to accompany them into a goal. As we go to the set 5 with the victory of the Chads here. Once again, the MVP is found to be Lego piece, and they do get massively rewarded with that explosive entrance. Haki, being the second pick, might opt for that Spark of Strength, as they possibly don't want it on Arlax. And they do eventually do so, but of course Arlax had already seen this happen. They already knew it would be, as they went for Might of the Colossus, denying Rasmus. Missile Propulsion denies the Estelle, or they think so, but I think actually Lucky Lemon had their eyes on the Reptile Remedy from the start. Missile Propulsion still will of course buff their Death Touch here, which could be used for further things. And Fight or Flight being picked on Bingus means a lot of things about the speed, but what a start to the set! What a hyper offensive start! It was like almost they planned this. They went guns out blazing, Chads here, and goddamn they took the barrier and the goal right after. And now we see them setting up again on this offense. Loopy Lemon and Arlax are both here, and Lego Piece is there to capitalize when the core is on top of Haki here. Death Touch will be tried on a play by Odolover, but it's not eventually found. Cat Dingus will be utilizing their speed here. Giga Blast does find its way through Haki. Oh, and what a combo actually, secondary to primary to a glitch pop from Alex. And now the burst on the Lego piece is going to be used, and even if you defend that one, Loopy Lemon is standing right behind them to strike it right back at them. Now it is match point, this time in the favor of the Charles actually, but now Bingus has had enough. They are going for the offense here. Pendulum Swing finds the barrier. Adolover building up to an offense here. Death Touch. They try to stop Lemon, but they do not confine it, and they predict Alex's pathing. Intercepts it with the Pendulum, and the Pendulum Swing finds it. And now again a point is taken in the stat series by them, and this they do the same start again. They are just going out guns blazing. Dingos here has to do a lot to survive as with that low HP and no stagger. Lego Piece does let them go, however, in favor of hovering over Haki, as they do take the orb, but now Adolover is the one with low HP, and Lego seems to be adamant on not letting them regen here. As the Death Touch Blade comes out, Arlax is forced to use their burst, but the burst also finds the offense that will let them take the barrier. Now open that situation for both teams is going to be both cannons come out active at the same time. They are going to take down Adolover, but the recovery drone is there to save him. Pendulum Swing gets the offense going, and now Luffy Lemon's burst is going to find the perfect angle to strike it into a victory, as the Chuds are, offering drinks to their opponents. They give them a cheer on how great that whole set was, as they win the second game as well. Did they win the first one? I do have skip. Okay, give me a second. I do believe they did. Yes, and I do believe so. Then that is GG. I have dementia, guys. Sorry. Okay. I don't actually have dementia, but still sorry. All right, and that is it. Our winners of the constellation bracket are of course gonna be Chudlocked, who came here through the winners bracket with a stellar performance here as well. Lego Piece and Loopy Lemon are both here with their performance, and of course Alex backing both of them up. Haki, Adolover, and Catlingus put up a brilliant performance, coming all the way up from the losers bracket for this match, and they did their due. But unfortunately, this time around, it was the Chuds that took over the games. What a brilliant output by all players in the constellation bracket. Thank you for participating in the LAN. Thank you for participating in this constellation bracket. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to cast your games, and thank you for giving me brilliant games to cast. You all have been great. I have hearts and nothing more for all of, well, more, but you know what I say. You have me. And yeah, that has been brilliant. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for the organization, production, everyone. And that is it. Our constellation bracket winners are going to be the Chudlocked. Oh, and of course, thank you all for viewing it. That I cannot forget that. Sorry.